All right. Hello, everyone. We're back.
Good
Um,
morning.
it's day 2, man.
It's day
It's day
two,
2.
game four out of five.
We are rested. Did you sleep well, Mike? Did you
Yeah,
sleep well?
yeah. So far, you?
Pretty well. Well, we once had a weird noise in the room.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
But everything can happen in a hotel,
but it
right?
was like a goose dying. But that was weird. But besides that,
Mm,
um, yeah, we are back with day 2. You are watching the Tabletop
mm.
Alliance's live stream of the Dutch Grand Tournament here over in Van der Valk Hotel. Hey, Merrick404, and hey, good morning to you, Lenny Crafted. How are you guys doing? Yeah, look, it's round 4. We've got 2 more games today, so it's getting close to that finale. This is the 4th game. It's going to be Flesh Eater Courts versus Mawtribes. The guys are actually already setting up. Uh, so I think without further ado, I think it's best for us to just hop into the lists
Yeah.
of what these guys are playing. Um, so let's grab the list. Let's start off with. We've already had Flash Eater Courts yesterday,
Yeah.
so we can go through it a little bit more quickly. Uh, let's get
Mm.
Pun Pun up over here so we can actually see. For you guys at home, by the way, if you want to see the lists for yourself, I'll do it for you right here. You can just type in chat exclamation mark lists. It'll take you over to Pun Pun. Pun Pun is our pairing website, and you can just find the round 4, find the players, click on them, and you can see the lists for yourselves right there. And we are going to do just that. So it's round 4. It's Dennis versus Nart. Let's just start with Dennis since he's bringing the list that's new
Mm.
to us today.
He's gonna play the ogres.
And he's nicknamed it Riders
Mm.
of the End of a Winter. So why don't you
Mm.
talk about it? I'll actually quickly turn on the lights of the table,
Turn
and
on the
then
lights,
we can
everything.
get this party started. We can eat, sleep, game, repeat. We already had the eat and the sleeping part.
We're not gonna game. We're just gonna talk about it. But we're gonna watch some awesome games now. We'll see one Frostlord on a Stonehorn. So that's one of the big guys. You also got the Huskard on it. Just to be really annoying, being a brick you can throw into your enemy. Then we have a Slaughtermaster with the Blood Feast spell. Let me see what that does. Just to inform you guys. He also has a cauldron with him, so he can throw in something. He can throw something into cauldron and feast it, and the effect gained from that is different based on what is rolled after that. But he's got the Blood Feast spell. Um, he can use a friendly ogre unit that's not a monster that's holy within 18 of the caster and add 1 to the attack characteristics. So I probably want to see that on the units of Mournfang of 4. They will be screaming the table. You got 2 units of 4, 1 unit of 2, and then you get also a stone horn with the beast riders on it.
Yeah.
So we got 3 big beasts on the table,
Ooh, buddy.
and then we see the formation. Let me get that one. Which formation that is?
Yeah. Can I just say
Uh,
I'm excited to see the ogres actually on the playing field
mm,
because you don't really see ogres a
mm.
whole lot currently on the meta scene. They were around like pre-COVID.
Yeah, there were some.
Actually, they were around a lot. Today, he's the only one bringing the ogres. He's doing pretty well with it
Yeah, he's
because
smashing
he's making
opponents.
top tables. Like you said, he's got
Mm,
those 2 frost horns on stone horn. No, it's
mm.
actually 1 frost lord on the stone horn, and then it's the budget frost lord, the Huskard.
Yeah, and then the other one with the beast riders on it. So he's
Yeah,
got 3 of
exactly.
those.
So he's got a very fast, like mounted list, which is very cool. He was already talking, just casually talking to somebody at the table about some of the things. Like it's very
Mm,
fast. It's got access to
mm,
rerolls. There's a very powerful
mm,
artifact in there that gives full rerolls for a turn, stuff like that. But you
mm,
were looking at the battalion.
mm. Yeah, he's got the ability crush, mangle, and tenderize. So that's gonna be really scary.
Crush, mangle, tenderize.
Yeah, so
Exactly.
there's a Huskard in that, the Mountain Frame units, and the Stonehorn Beast Riders. So the only one missing out is the Frost Lord.
Mm.
But if the unmodified hit roll for an attack made with a melee weapon from a unit in the battalion, on a 6, it inflicts 1 mortal wound on the target in addition to any normal damage. So there's some mortal wound output
All right.
coming from. Um, but I think that will be hard to see against those 40 ghouls swarming the table.
Yeah. Look,
Mm,
it's ogres. It's not a lot of
mm,
models, so I don't think it's a whole lot of attacks amount of attacks that they have. They
Mm.
usually have like a little bit less attacks that deal a lot of damage, right?
Yeah, damage
Damage two,
3, damage
damage
2.
three. So he doesn't really capitalize on, say, for instance, for the ghouls that just throw boatload
Mm.
attacks. What I will say about his ability that it's a 6 to hit though.
Yeah,
So it's not a 6 to wound, so
no,
it's pretty
so
good actually. So,
that's
and
even
it's in
better.
addition, so it doesn't stop the actual attack sequence. It's all just extra little bits of damage.
Yeah, so that's
And
one of the good formation when playing a list like this.
I agree. In a lot of situations, that can
Mm,
come really in handy. For instance, yesterday we had the
mm,
Bastillodons, right? It's very hard not to crack,
mm.
except for maybe if you come in and you deal an initial couple of mortal wounds. Those, I believe, go actually before the normal attacks and their damage. So you could degrade a Bastillodon with it, and then your
Exactly.
normal attacks come through and it will have a degraded save. Stuff like that, things with a high save or very tough mortal wounds will just pass straight through. So it can come in
Mm,
very handy in certain situations. I agree.
mm. Yeah, we're now setting up the table, so let's talk about the mission for a moment.
Yeah, let's go to
Um,
the mission.
so we will see the Blade's Edge. If you look at the rule spec, this is mission 5, but they changed it around.
Yes.
So we're gonna cast the Blade's Edge for this one,
Yeah, it's
and
switched around, right?
then yeah, the
Okay.
next round we will see the other mission. So
Hell yeah, brother.
yeah, so that won't be an issue. They just changed it. They will be setting up 12 from each other's territory, um, and it looks like a really straightforward mission, but there is a twist.
You gotta love the twists, though. It's a
Mm.
5 round battle round. That's standard. So
Hmm.
glorious victory. And the victory points is just victory points at the end of your turn for each objective you control. Seems
Yeah.
very simple, but like you said, there's a twist.
Mm.
What's the twist, though?
If you go second in a round, you can remove an objective.
Woo! You can burn it.
Yeah, so it's not longer there. So getting a double turn um, can be hard for you since you lose one of your objectives probably.
Okay. Does that give you any points burning an objective?
No, it's just
It just
away.
you remove
So
it. So it's about probably invading your enemy's territory
mm,
and removing key objectives to
just a
prevent somebody from just cashing in on that objective for points.
Yeah, exactly. So the first turns will be quite interesting to see,
Yeah,
because if you can control all the objectives in the first turn, you have a lot of points, and if you do it in turn 5, there's only one left.
that's very
Mm,
interesting actually. You could in theory like grab some
mm,
objectives, score some points, and then burn them all, and then
mm.
basically
Or you get your own objective burned.
yeah, you
So,
could burn your own objective if you don't think you're gonna hold it.
hmm
So it's a lot of nuance coming into this mission. That's very interesting. I think it's gonna play a big part in this mission because ogres are not a lot
mm,
of number, although they have that rule where they count as more models. But
yeah.
then, even then, they're still fairly outnumbered by the flesh eater courts.
Mm.
So that's a very interesting thing to see. Right, so that's the mission. So let's take a look at the top view because our players are already setting up, as we can see here. Um, we've got the ogres just plopping down their units here and there. Uh,
Yeah, they're just setting up slowly and waiting to see what will be going on. You see the flash eater terrain piece, like it said yesterday, it will give a free use of a command ability.
mhm,
I'm probably like gonna see it same as yesterday. Uh, the ogres also have a terrain piece,
mhm,
so let me take a look at that one. What it does exactly? It's great mod pot is the big thing on top of it with the hut next to it. So it gives a +1 casting for ogre wizards within one of it. So they'll probably only slaughter brute well, which will be using that. Um, you can say the rules says following: a great mod pot is said to be either full or empty.
yeah.
At the start of the battle, it's full. If your hero face one friendly ogre hero within 6 of the great mod pot from your army, can spend all of the great mod pot. If they do so, they can heal D3 wounds allocated to each friendly ogre unit wholly within 36 inches. So
Mhm,
that's really big aura on it.
mhm.
Um, but you have to roll for each unit separately, but that's fine.
Yep.
Once a great Malpot's magic has been spent, it's empty.
Yeah, it's gone.
Yeah, but if you slay an empty within 6 of the Malpot,
That's
it
true.
will be thrown in, it will be full again. Uh,
Is that any model or is it just a character or
an
how
enemy
does that
model
work?
is slain. If an enemy model is slain within 6 of the Malpot.
It's the Poncho Pete in chat. Take three, take three guesses who the Poncho Pete is.
I
Who's
have no idea.
no? It's my dad.
Yeah,
Hey pops, how you doing? Glad to see you in chat. I always love it if you come in and just cheer me on. I really like that, so thank you very much. It's the Poncho Pete. He's a legend. I love him to death,
Mm,
and he's gonna be a grandpa soon. And yeah, but he doesn't have a clue of what's going on here. By the
mm.
way, he just purely comes in to just cheer
Just
me on.
support.
Yeah,
Just
just
to
support.
support. That's
Yeah,
always good to see.
yeah, I love that. Thanks, Deb. Have a great day, and we will have a great day as well. All right, we're almost done with
Mm.
this.
Yeah, so they're just setting up their units on the edge of the territory just to be sure they get as close as they can get because they
Mm,
don't have a lot of shooting. The Flash they have some shooting.
yeah.
The ogres, I think they have a vulture on there,
Mm-hmm.
which they can throw and do some mortal wounds on it.
Yeah.
Um, but that's it. They just want to get into fighting and fight over those objectives.
Yep.
And I won't be seeing anything really that's like, oh, you're gonna shoot that and everything will die. No, we're gonna slap each other. We're gonna fight it out over
Yep.
the
Looks
objectives.
like they're done.
Yeah,
By
they're
the way,
done.
deploying.
Mm,
See if they already
mm,
rolled off. I think
mm.
they already rolled off for first turn. I think.
No, you don't roll off for the first
Ah,
turn.
no. See, I
It's
keep
not
forgetting that. Yeah,
40k.
it's not 40k. I keep forgetting. I'm streaming so much
Mm,
40k lately that I just that roll to see who
mm.
goes first just ingrained into my DNA.
Oh, what you see is that the ogre player has a formation, so they can set it up in one time, then use the other units
Mm.
and put it on control. It's the same with all the ghouls in the ghoul patrol.
Go
They can be
patrol.
set up at once, and then they choose which one goes first if you're done setting up at first.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly.
so they're just talking about everything. What we'll see is everything is deployed on the front line for the ogres, um, and we'll see the Huskards in the middle, the Frostlord next to it, and then we see
Yep.
the other character on the top right side of the table, and then swarmed with more than Fang packs. If you can see it, the Slaughter Brute is behind the next to the Malpot. In front of it, quite hard to spot though,
Yeah.
but that's the one that's just chilling right there. Um, and we see the flash eaters deployed for the ghouls on the right. I see 10 of them on the other side. And I think he's done the same like he did yesterday, putting 10 of those ghouls in deep strike
Yep.
from the ghoul patrol.
Yeah. That's.
So I think that is what happening.
It's pretty much the same setup as yesterday for the ghouls though. It's all right. So on the one side we've got the dragon with all the
Uh,
ghoulies. On the
mm,
left side we've got
the other
less
dragon
ghoulies.
with the
10
rest of
ghoulies I'm
his.
assuming are in reserves
Mm,
with his
mm,
battalion that he used yesterday. By the way, we didn't go through the list yet, but guys, it's
mm,
the flesh eating course is fairly straightforward. We
You
should
got.
put in the secondaries though,
Yeah,
so
I
I'm
don't
gonna
know
do
which the
that.
flash eaters have now, but we will find that out. Um,
So the ogres went with overrun and debate.
yeah. So bait is using a unit to die, and then you score a point. Let me see what overwhelm is. I think it's more having more units or overkilling a unit. But let's see what that is. I just have the
And
information
let's
right
ask the
here.
flesh eater courts.
Um,
Um,
yeah, we have overwhelm. You complete its objective if any enemy hero is
I'll
slain
ask a
with
Nard.
attacks made with a melee weapon by a
What
friendly
secondaries did
battle
you
line
take?
unit. So using the Mornifang pack,
Headhunter and Invader. Thank you very
um,
much.
we just heard the
So
other
the flesh eater
objective.
courts went with Headhunter and Invader.
Yeah, Invader we already saw yesterday, but the last one's Overwhelmed from the Ogres. That's using killing a hero with the Mornifang, so we'll probably see them
Yep.
charging on the big dragons.
Mm. Hey,
And
Benes. Good morning, buddy. Welcome to the chat. Hope you're ready for
mm,
another day of Age of Sigmar. The last two
mm,
rounds. The stakes are high.
mm,
We're upping the ante. This
mm,
time, the Fleshy the Court survived from last round. They progressed to this round. It's going to be Ogres now up to the plate with their bats. Batter up, batter up. Let's see if
mm,
they can smash some of those ghoulies. And I'm very excited for this one because I love me some ogres, man. You cannot
mm.
not love ogres.
Yeah, that's true. They're just mercenaries. You give me more food, more gold,
Yeah,
I'll be your guy.
they're just here to eat.
Yeah.
I mean, anyone can relate to that. It looks like the Fleshy courts are going first though.
Mm.
So did you? I believe they also ended up deploying first, or did the ogres ended up
I
deploying?
think the ogres deployed first
They
because
finished
of the
first, right?
formation, and I think the dragons and the characters are not in it, but I'm not sure with it. But I think that's what happened,
Yeah.
giving the turn away. just to be sure. We see the chalice putting up, which is able to revive those ghouls when they die.
Hmm.
Um, so just getting sure that unit of 40 is wholly within range for fighting those objectives.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's the bait, by the way, for we
Mm,
were talking about it. The secondary is the bait for the Ogor
mm,
Mawtribes. So I'm guessing it's the Frost Lord.
yeah, or the units of two Morn Fang.
Yeah. You think he's gonna kamikaze them in?
Yeah.
That's always
Um,
it says that's an easy tactic with the bait. Just give it to a
mm,
weak unit, kamikaze them in. They die.
mm.
Easy one. Sometimes they put the bait on like crucial models, which they know the enemy wants to kill.
Yeah, but he also got overwhelmed, so he needs to kill a hero with the battle line units.
Okay.
So I think sending four of those Morning Fang in to kill someone, probably the
Yeah.
dragons, because they will be playing up front.
It looks like they're the Mornfang
That's
with the
annoying.
great hackers or
Yeah, I
like
think he has some difference between those on the unit. I don't think they all have the same weapons. He also some clubs and some great axes, so I think they will switch that around. We can see that on pump.nl or
yes.
exclamation mark list to be
Exclamation mark list in the
actually
chat,
sure.
boys, if you want to see. By the way, we'll also do this.
Mm,
Uh,
mm,
well, there you go. Yay.
mm. So we see just getting some casting on. That's a 10. That's always nice to have.
Yep. It's good cast.
Um,
Chalice comes out.
oh, the chalice is already out.
Yeah, oh, that wasn't the
I think
Chalice.
no, this is a buff based on the marker he put on
Is it the
the.
5 up after save buff?
I think so, but we
Yeah.
also see some on the right bottom shoulder. There's some spells being done.
Yeah.
So we just have to find out what they
Yeah.
do.
We
Um,
really got a good look at what Flesh Eater Courts are capable of last game. They seem to be losing at the end of the last game, and then they had just some shenanigans. They've got, it looks very small what's on the board, but of course you have to not forget that those fell what are the bats called again? The court, the flying,
the
the
bats.
bats, they're coming in. He's got that. Coming in, he's got 10 of those ghouls. It can be annoying if you forget about them and you leave your objective. You think, it's a save, right? The enemy's in front of me, they're not going to get through me, and then all of a sudden there's these 10 little ghoulies, ghoul patrol coming in.
Exactly. We'll just
So
see what
you have to
happens
be
there.
mindful of that. Then also the bats, they did quite a bit of damage actually, right? So we
Yeah.
saw that last turn that they came in, they filled some charges, and I was like, well, this is probably the end of them because now they filled all the charges, but you have the pressure coming from the front with the two dragons that are a major threat. Then the bats in the rear, you don't really have the time or the
Mm,
resources to deal with that simultaneously and guard yourself
mm.
against two looming, extremely dangerous dragons, undead dragons over there.
Yeah, we didn't see any potential of them yesterday
No,
because they
sadly,
just got Slayer of King.
yeah, both of them got
Yeah.
Slayer of King yesterday. It was amazing. It was sad and
Mm.
amazing in equal parts at the same time. And I really wanted them to do, although they did completely wreck one of the thrones,
They,
the
yeah, the War Shrines.
war shrines. He did like 12 mortal wounds, and in total
Yeah,
he did like 30 damage in total. They are
we didn't like
complete
that one.
wrecking balls. But this is actually a list of wrecking ball versus wrecking balls, right?
Yeah.
Because all the ogres are is just units of wrecking balls. They deal such horrendous amounts of damage. When they come in and they start swinging their big clubs around, especially the stone horns that are just very hard to shift. I think stone horns are tougher than the dragons, but I think the dragons just have far more damage output, being able
Exactly.
to deal like insane amounts of mortal wounds.
If you
And
get any lucky, it could be really devastating. But we have to see what happens. We're now just seeing everything measured out, getting sure you're in range of those objectives, and just waiting for
yeah,
to try those objectives. Um, Objectives will be taken out at the start of the turn, and that is what could be quite annoying.
hmm
Um, if you don't have the priority and you lose your own objective, you have to fight back for it. Uh, but yeah, I think that will be the interesting thing to see in this game.
yep,
We are just seeing the ghouls all move up the place, getting around the chalice. Because if they die, they get a point in the chalice, and if they get points in the chalice, they can be brought back to life. And that is just what we're seeing here, just waiting, just slowly moving up into those range of those objectives, not getting overextended. Because if you get charged by ogres, it's gonna be really hard. Let check a look at the Flash Eater Courts. He's got Headhunter, um, so he needs to kill all of the uh, heroes from the ogre. So all of the three big units on top. Only two of them actually. The most left one is not a hero. Those are the two beast riders on them, and next to them, in the middle between those stone horns, there is a slaughter brute. So that needs to be killed to get that achieved. And then we have Invader, so that it's at the end of the battle. You have more friendly units wholly within your opponent's territory than your opponent has wholly within your territory. I think for the ogres, they don't have many units. I think that is achievable, but we have to find out at turn 5 or when the time is over
Yep.
to see what happens there.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see what this game is going to give us. I have no clue actually to who's going to win. It's a lot of
Mm,
bodies. We have seen that even if you beat this Flesh Eater Court's army down to a couple of models, they
mm,
can still
mm.
do shenanigans and stuff to actually
We
grab
saw them just
objectives.
coming back yesterday
Yeah,
because they
yeah.
weren't going to kill
He
completely.
came back hard in that final turn where we thought actually
Mm.
it was over. So just when you think it's over, it's never ogre.
It ain't over till the fat lady
It
sings.
ain't over to the
Mm.
fat ogre scenes. Yes.
I love that model from the from the ogres. They have all kinds of different models. So
Yep.
they have a pirate one, but they also have a female one.
Mhm.
But she has a beard, so she doesn't get discovered
Yeah.
by the rest of the ogres
Hilarious.
that she is fighting. So that's really funny to see that they are just doing that and getting it done with. Um, so
Yes.
2 command points being spent for a summon. I think we also see the throne being used for those 3 command points. So what we see a lot of flashy units coming in. There they are,
Yep. There comes
um,
Ghoulie Patrol.
and they just have to be outside of range. Yeah, you also have
It's
the
gonna
Ghoul
bring them
Patrol.
straight off the bat, by the way. So he's
Mm.
not gonna wait. He's not gonna wait around for the Ogre player to move up first. He's just gonna give them. I was gonna see actually if he's gonna bring them in, maybe in the back immediately.
Yeah, he needs to bring the Ghoul Patrol in because they only can deep strike on the first
Right. So
turn.
it's actually you're supposed. Yeah. You don't have a choice.
But
But I also saw them grabbing the bats.
yeah,
Or is it just that the ghoulies are on the same tray? Probably.
no, that's a different one. That's
No, he's got the bats.
mm. So he's just thinking about where is the space on the table to go.
You gotta love this army though, right? It's like a
Hmm.
bunch of cannibalistic ghouls and monsters and whatnot, and they're just so ferocious and undead, but yet they're very cunning.
It's basically mutated Protonia since they got dropped off. They just went insane and became that ones.
Yeah, you gotta love that lore. Like
Yeah, I'm.
stuff up Batronian lore, it's like French Batronian lore, yeah. And then all of a sudden they're now these this stuff of nightmares. It looks like the bats are gonna go way in the back.
Yeah, it's the same place you saw them drop yesterday.
By the way, can I just say I love the fact that rightmost Stone Lord in the top right corner,
Mm.
it just looks like he just stomped on the field because on the map you can see these movement, these foot marks. That was
It
actually
was
the real
the,
movement, right? But it just looked like his
it was a 12-inch
footprints.
marker.
Yeah, yeah. You love that.
So we're just gonna see some summoning happening on the table now in the first turn. Ogres haven't done anything. The Flash Eaters needed to start this game up, but we don't see him really moving aggressively onto the table. We just see him cautiously getting within range of those objectives, summoning the chalice just in case they get charged, that they have the opportunity to
Yeah.
put back to put the models back on the table. Um, I think we'll see 2 units of flayers being summoned on the top right corner. I don't know if the hero is in there. Um, I can't see that actually, but we will find out because it's probably blocked by the camera. But we see him now measuring for the 10 ghouls coming into the table.
Yeah, he's
Mm.
just measuring out if he can actually place those 10 little ghoulies over there.
Yeah, they're on 25 millimeter
Yeah, so they're very
bases, so
small.
they're not using a large footprint.
Yeah. Because
Um,
ghoulies, I mean, in theory, right? If any of those ogres decide to go back there, they're dead meat. But then again, that's probably the idea as well, is that you have to go back there to get them. Because you can't leave them
mm.
around there. Because there's 10 little ghoulies. If you move up the board and they get on your objective, they're going to grab a point and then they're going to burn it.
Yeah, but I think they can just kill one of the smaller ones. Um,
They fit. Yeah, they fit
So
perfectly.
we heard the player say it's a perfect fit in that yellow gap, being
Yep.
outside of 9 from
I
them.
think the opponent is thinking like the ogre's player is probably thinking I should have maybe deployed like half an inch back, and that would have been possible as
Yeah,
well.
but you're an ogre and you want to go
So that's very
to the
important,
objective.
boys and girls, for you guys at home. If you know your opponent is having these in reserve units that come on turn one, you want to be a little bit careful about how you deploy units because I think the other player could have very easily deployed in such a way as that it would be virtually impossible to put them anywhere in his deployment zone. And now they have to be somewhere in the middle, which is less annoying than having them in your rear guard.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now we see, like just like yesterday, we see the shooting of the flayers. I will explain that another one, another time. What you do is you roll 2d6, and then you subtract two,
Yes.
um, and then you subtract the bravery, and everything that is left does one mortal wound.
Yes.
So if you have a bravery of 4 and you roll an 8, so you subtract 2 from that and then 4 from that, you have
Mm.
2 left, and you will get 2 mortal wounds. So we saw some mortal wounds going on there, not a whole lot because the
No.
ogres are quite having a high bravery. Um,
Yep. Yeah, it's a screaming.
mm,
We saw it yesterday, not having a whole lot of effect.
mm,
It's light screaming. It's
mm.
just a unit. It's not really meant to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, but if you come against ogres and chaos warriors, you have quite a high bravery if you
Yeah.
subtract true. So if you have bravery 8, going up to 2 from the subtraction you need to do, you need to roll an 11 or a 12 to do
Yep.
some mortal wounds. But we'll see if that has any effect
Yeah, it's
on
not
those
gonna
units.
gonna.
Always
Although,
getting some in may bracket one of the stonehorns down, and that will be
I mean, it's
quite
one of those
annoying.
things where the stone or the ogres have to have a little bit of a mortal wound output on you know on sixes to hit. It can come in handy. Sometimes it can come in very handy, and this is just some light mortal wound dealing. That can also come in handy. It might be just that last wound that you needed to kill something, or to, like you said, to bracket something. You're not supposed to rely on it to win you games, but
Mm,
it's one of those things where if you do get some wounds off, it starts counting
mm,
out, starts counting in the end, right? It adds up.
yeah, but this is the turn of the ogres now.
Yes, it's ogre
Um,
o'clock.
I didn't think he charged the
So I
flayers,
think
but
it's
just putting them down there.
yeah, I think it's
Um,
safe to say the Flesh Eat Court score what 3 points?
yeah, they only have the 3 bottom objectives.
Three
I'm not
points. Yeah,
sure if he got that left one.
I'm pretty sure he put himself in position of the left one. I have.
I
I mean,
th
why wouldn't he, right?
yeah, that's true, but if you, I think he's got it.
There we go. So 3 points going over to
Mm,
the Flesh Eater Courts. Nard, you put yourself on the left objective as well, right? All three of yours. Yeah, cool. Thank you.
yeah, so he's all 3 of them.
Yeah.
So that's just getting to 3
Excellent,
points in
excellent. So
advance.
this is a standard first turn, I think, for
Mm,
Flesh Eater Courts. They just want to get on the objective. They don't want to engage too early, right? The ghoulies are just screening, and now they're basically saying to the ogres, it's
mm,
your move. Let's see what you're going to do. It allows a bit of a reactionary play for the Flesh of the Courts after. I don't think the Flesh of the Courts want to get in combat with the ogres too quickly because they will get mulched. All right. So the longer you can keep your numbers up, um, the better you will be in the
mm.
end because it's going to be a bit of a war of attrition here.
Yeah, we
All right,
now see some
some spells
casting
going on.
being done. I don't think they
Nope.
make it quite,
Nope.
even
No.
with the
So no
plus 1
luck
they have
getting
from the
any of
pot.
the spells off.
No, you shall just see the all things being used for the ogres in the hero phase. He also has the cauldron left, um, and he has some things which are used in close combat. So that we won't see that yet, but we will eventually in this game. As I think they will be fighting quite hard.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard, right? So you're gonna grab your three own objectives. That's very easy peasy. But the trick of this mission is to actually grab your opponent's missions because that's or objectives markers, I should say, because that's how you score more points than your opponent. But now you can start burning them as well. If you think, okay, I'm gonna grab it this turn. I'm probably not gonna hold it next turn. Can you actually grab an objective marker and then burn it in the same turn and still get a point, or is it you burn them and then you don't score a point yourself?
You score the points, and I think we burn them at the end of the battle round. As
Right.
soon
So
as
you
you
can actually
know,
score a point and then burn it.
Yeah, so
Okay.
when you know.
Yeah, so that's how you're gonna see this. You're gonna see either player win this mission this way. They're gonna actually score probably an extra point and then probably immediately burn it unless they're absolutely confident they can keep it.
You don't burn the objective you grab, but you can, if you go second, then you can burn one.
You can just burn anyone.
Yeah.
Oh, anyone.
Hmm.
Oh, I thought you had to grab it. So
Yeah.
that's a very different game to what I had in mind then. So if you go second, you can burn any one objective.
At the start of each battle round after the first, so in the second round, the player taking the second turn in the battle round can pick one objective on the battlefield and remove it from play.
Oh wow! Oh, that's super spicy.
Hmm.
Super
So
spicy.
in turn one we see 6 objectives, but in turn
Yeah,
two we
we're gonna
only
see
see
five.
5.
You're gonna see five. So actually,
And
you want to start second
yeah,
every single turn probably.
yeah, but if you can get a double turn to kill your
Yeah,
opponent,
so it's going to be a balance between okay, am I going to deal a critical amount of damage if I double turn him? I'm going to grab just a sheer lot amount of points if I double turn him versus I really want to go second because then I can just burn an objective. So actually, this is a very balanced way. This is a very cool way actually to balance the whole, being able to double turn someone mechanic, right?
yeah, I think what we will see in 3.0 that in turn 3 you can always burn an objective if you
Yeah,
go
if you go
second.
second, that's an excellent way to
Mm,
balance this game out, I think.
mm.
Wow, I'm really loving this mission already. Gets me
Yeah,
stoked, man.
it looks like a really basic mission,
Because
but that
sometimes,
that twist just brings it around.
yeah. So I know when you talk competitive players, they're saying like, look, man, this is just part of the game. You have to be able to play, knowing that you can be double turned. There are ways to play around it to defend yourself, etc., etc. But sometimes it can just feel so bad if you get double turned, and basically the game comes down to who gets the next turn, right? You
Yeah.
have these points in the game where that just
Mm,
happens. That no amount of
mm,
screening or tactical play can defend you against just large monster getting 2 turns in a row
mhm,
and you just can't stop that stuff like that. It gives you a bit of a
mm.
bad feel, but I think this is an excellent way to mitigate a bit of that uh, overwhelming feeling that being double turned might give you.
Yeah, we see the Morningfang going to the top right
Yep,
corner. Um,
he's a little cautious of the dragon. Doesn't want to get too close. Doesn't want to get charged just yet.
no, you should be frightened of those, of those players going in.
Yeah.
Um,
So the Ghoul Kings and the Terror Geists, um, they are not. They don't have a mechanic to move double or anything like that, right?
yeah, so we see the Huskard now at the top,
Yep.
right corner. The Frostlord is
Yep.
off from that, and the
Yep.
Beast Riders are in the middle still.
Yep.
They haven't have a move yet, but I think we will see that one going. We
S-
see the Frostlord getting the top right objective,
yes.
and now just seeing what can the Morningfang do. Um, so they're gonna be placed on the edge of the objective just to
Mm.
grab that one. Just like we see the Flash Eater play doing, they don't want to engage yet.
Mm-mm. Yeah, he
Mm,
decided to
mm,
just hang back. Same thing as the
mm.
Flesh Eater Courts. Hang back, grab some points. In the meantime, you're not pressuring me from the front, so I'm just gonna go ahead and deal with the back units while I
Yeah,
have the time.
yeah, because they just getting a range
Hmm.
just before everything. We're just waiting for them to really start a fight up.
Exactly. Exactly.
Um,
So they're both biding their time. I think this is an excellent choice from the Ogre Mawtribes player as well. It's like I'm not gonna go full ham on anything on your side of the board just yet. I'm gonna hang back just like you did, and you're giving me space basically to deal with the units that you just put in my back lines because let's be honest, probably these ogres will easily clean up anything that's there, I'm guessing.
I still think it can be hard done though, but we will
There might
see.
be one unit left alive or something just because they can't get to any unit in the back, but I mean four of those great gargant hacker Mornfang are gonna deal with those bats, right?
Yeah, but it's there's not a lot of space on the edge of the
No,
table.
no, but I'm guessing gonna get three in, probably four to be honest. I think though at least two of those units are dead meat, and they go in the pot.
Yeah, no, that needs to be within 6 of the pot to refill it.
Oh,
I don't
oh
think he
well.
used it yet because it only
Use
can
your
heal.
imagination. They're gonna pot.
Uh,
Come on, they're gonna go in
yeah,
the
but you
pot.
have to drag it all the way back,
They're gonna
and
go in the pot.
they just want to go.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. That's what they do all day. They kill animals or anything that
Mm,
lives, drag it to the pot, make a little stew,
mm. Yeah,
make a little, a little hashi.
we see the shot from the.
Next time you eat a hashi at home, just think Ogre More Tribes. Anything could be in there.
So just by the vulture, one getting killed. We're now gonna set
So he's
some
gonna
shots.
throw out some ogre pistols, just some
Some
random
ogre
shooting.
pistols on the ghouls at the top left.
Yeah.
So just getting one done, but doing the 3 wounds and rolling a 5. So 3 wounds on the eye unit. So we already see 4 of them go and creating a gap. And now we go to the interesting phase. We see them charging. So those are the two at the top corner
Yep.
rolling a 6 to charge and getting in there.
Hell yeah, we're gonna see some impact hits here.
Yeah, because they're big and beefy.
Mm-hmm. It's gonna be so. Do they have like mortal wounds on fives for being mounted or anything, or is it sixes?
I think they just roll dice.
Nothing. No, he needs sixes.
Um, let me get that one. Charge phase.
Mm-hmm. So it's gonna be 8 impact hits. The ogre, the other morphings are gonna go in there,
You pick the units
brandishing their
within
big
one
weapons.
after your charge, and you roll the number equal to the unmodified charge. So if you roll an 8, you get 8 dice. At 2, each roll, if an ogre unit that already charged move has 8 or more models, but or a monster, so only
Mm-hmm.
on the big ones we get that. For each 6 plus, the end of service me 1 more to wound. So that's just the impact hits of them
Yeah.
stomping on the ghouls. Um, and now we see some charges of the Huskert going in
Yep. Here he
into the
goes.
bats.
The little budget Mornfang Frost Lord's going in.
Yeah, I didn't see him make
Got some
enough
impact
rolls,
hits
but we
going in
see the
here.
impact hits.
Yep.
So that's quite a big charge
So
based on the
5
number of
impact hits off the
dice.
bat because he needs fours because he's on a Frost Morn.
Yeah,
It's got
making
a it's got a
easier to
six up
stampede.
6 up after save here on the bats.
Yeah, but he just blew one up by just by running into him.
Yep, that's what I say. That's why I said those things. As soon as those ogres go in, they're dead meat.
Yeah, so what we heard from the table is that there also is a character at the back
Yeah, so
of the
probably the
terrain
character's gonna
piece.
live because
Yeah,
he's being screened out by the bats.
yeah, that's the metal Fargo we also saw yesterday, deep striking with those 2 units. So that's the same thing we saw happening yesterday. I think it was the right call to go there, or change it around. That doesn't really matter by the way it was set up. If it goes from the left or the right, I think that's the right call to do. Um, and now they're just getting some damage done. I think the Huskard is starting, but just based on my gut feeling.
Yuck.
Um, so making 2 saves, doing 6 damage on it.
Yeah, they're gonna roll a bunch of dice. You know, the ogres are gonna swing their clubs and the bats are gonna die. There's gonna be a short story here, right? They're not gonna be left alive after this. If they're
Yeah,
left alive, I'm gonna eat my laptop.
only one unit can fight, so
Yeah,
we
they
will
can
see some
fight.
pile in.
They can fight twice, by the way. Is that an immediate fight twice?
I think it is. It's the same on the dragons.
All right, so that's actually good. So they can actually immediately fight twice.
You know, we see a lot of we see 3 more wounds going on there based on all those die. I think these are the Marn and Fang using the
Yeah, so
formation for
it's
that.
the mortal wounds, right? The battalion ability going off. A few sixes in there, so
So we see 4 wounds. I think it's 8 wounds, and then just the feel no pain on the bats. So I think we see another player leaving the table as fast as they
and
went to come
off
down.
they go. Yeah, they're dead as dead can be. I mean, they were dead already to begin with, but now they're super dead. They're back alive, and then dead again.
They're dead in pieces.
Yes, they're now sold in pieces.
So we're just gonna see the Flash Eater player now getting in there. I'm not sure where he will fight, but that's what we need to find out. But I don't think he will
Because they're
use the
off in the
ghouls.
far back there, the fight going on. Yeah, buddy, it's that big frost horde.
No, the Frostlord is not there. That's the Huskard.
Oh yeah, the husk horde.
The Frostlord is standing there next to
Yeah,
the
he's standing there. He's just
on the top right
overlooking the
objective.
whole thing. You know, you better kill those guys. I'm gonna eat you.
So I think he saved that one of some damage, but we still see him going on with that fight.
Hmm. So this is the bats actually attacking. I think into the Husker.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
Cause
so he's trying to do a couple of wounds on the guy.
mm,
He's got one after save to make, and hey, he did a
mm,
wound. There you go.
there.
Did a wound. Whittling it down.
Uh, yeah, this ogre that is just so big.
Yeah, that's a big guy.
Yeah, I see him laying on the side of the left and on the top as a wound on the Asgard. But those dice are really, really big. So we just are waiting to see what will happen when the fighting. Just making some saves, getting some attacks done. And after that, I don't think we're gonna see a battle shock test based on the flash eaters having a bravery of 10. Um, but it always could happen, of course. We see the ghouls on the top left corner getting off the table now, ba- just being getting mortal wounded, getting shot at, and then being
Yeah,
slapped at.
this isn't a very exciting story going on here,
No.
right? It's just goals getting pummeled.
Yeah,
Why?
it's
Yeah,
it's just being really rough being a ghoul.
yeah. It's the Ghoul Patrol. It's not having a good day. The
No,
Ghoul
but
Patrol.
like we saw
Oh,
yesterday with Archon doing
I'm a big fan of
30,
the Ghoul Patrol,
killing
though.
38 of those ghouls in one turn.
Yeah, he
That
killed a metric ton of those ghouls, dude. That Abaddon. No, wait. It's
Archeon,
Archon.
not the Baden.
Archeon. Yeah, they're kind of the same guy. In
No.
different universe, same guy. Although you got to give it to Archeon. He's on a three-headed beast.
Yeah.
What does Archeon or Abaddon have? Power armor. He would probably beat the snot out of Archeon just for
Yeah.
having power armor.
He's just gonna be
And
eating a lot of
that's a good
three heads
question
though.
though. I'm gonna post this question to the chat. I want to hear in chat who would win, Archeon versus Abaddon. Who would win that fight? Would it be Abaddon and just
Mm.
technology and power armor and just, or would it be Archon with his sorcerer's magic and his blade? Just maybe he would, 66 Abaddon off with his head.
And we see the flayers also getting on top and getting removed because of the damage. I think there's only the Fargov left. So we see a lot of work being done by the Ogre player.
Yeah,
Um, he had everything that came in is now dead.
I think it's only the, isn't it only the
Only the Fargolf is standing there.
Vargol standing somewhere over there in the back,
Yeah.
But let's be honest, the Flesh Eater player knew this was probably going to happen anyway, right? But now he does
Mm.
have that single
That's the
Vargolf
roll-off.
over there that's being annoying. He still has to deal with that.
Um,
So it's, by the way, 3 points for the Ogre player. I'm just going to note that down.
yeah, didn't quite see with.
I was talking about it yesterday after the stream. We were hanging out, right, playing some games, and I was talking about how easygoing Age of Sigmar scorekeeping is,
Yeah.
as opposed to Warhammer 40k scorekeeping, because it's just the right, the primary, the mission here,
Mm.
and then yeah, you have the secondaries, but you don't have to actually keep points for those throughout the game.
You have
Where
it or you don't have it.
yeah, you have it
Uh,
or you don't have it. With
it will
as
change a little in the next edition.
true,
It makes the game better,
yeah,
but it's not quite hard. You have
but
one per game and one per turn extra. But I don't think we see anything different there. Um, I'm not sure who's going to start the game because the other player can remove
but the
one
game
of
already
the
started.
objectives. Yeah,
I'm
the
assuming
the
you mean
turn.
the turn.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
turn.
yeah.
Um,
Newsflash to Mike, we're already in a turn.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Good morning, Vietnam. Um,
It looks like, hey everybody, that's the wrong button. But how's everybody doing? All right, back to top view.
Yeah, so we see the bottom right objective getting removed for those 40 ghouls. So the ogre player got a turn, thought like there's nothing left, there's only a Vargulf which can't go through the terrain, not a lot, so he will be stuck there. And he has got to remove one of the objectives. So those 40, we will see a move of those 40 ghouls because they're not
Yep.
doing anything right now.
Oh man, schools
Um,
though. That's the real Ghoul Patrol.
yeah,
That's the real.
you like the ghoul patrol
I
though.
love the Ghoul Patrol. The Ghoul Patrol, I'm a big fan.
Yeah, but
Hey, good morning, Cadian Ranger, my favorite German man. German man, Cadian Ranger. He's in the chat. How you doing, bud? You're chiming into the second day of the Dutch Alliance Open Grand Tournament for the Age of Sigmar. That's a mouthful, dude. I kept seeing. And yeah, we're in a game four. It's going to be Fleshy the Courts against Ogor Mawtribes. So you saw the Fleshy the Courts yesterday in action. They were being 66th by Archeon, but still won. But still, they still got the win. And now they're facing off against the Ogor Mawtribes. And we're going to see if the masses of dead flesh can overcome the brute force of the ogres, or are they simply going to be food for in their bellies?
Yeah, but this is the interesting thing to see. Um, yeah, the ogre player could get a double turn, but he don't want it. He just wanted to remove that objective
Yeah,
from those
I think
40
that's very
ghouls.
good, right? Remove an objective, stay on your side, force the ogres to come to you, right? This allows you to play very laid back. Um, I think that's a good play. Just remove the objectives, right?
Yeah.
Ogres are going to have trouble grabbing the objectives because they don't have the numbers. So if you remove their objectives, now they're going to have to come over to your side,
Mm.
but they don't have the numbers. It puts them in a tricky spot.
Yeah, so they
By the
always
way,
count
turn
as
two.
more units though. So one of the stoners, I think it's 10, or can be 20. Let me check that for sure, because they will only have that which is being used there. But it's also based on what they use. Let me see what is says on the spreadsheet here. Yeah, each ogre counts as two models instead of one,
Yeah.
and ogre monsters count as 10 instead
Yeah,
of
yeah. So
one.
the two models. So, if you're gonna count, is there's three monsters on the table, it's 30, and then the other ogres count as two. So
Mm.
that's you do the 16. Let's see, and four. So it's 20. So they have 50 models basically on the field. Some odd. There's still not as many as the ghouls have.
No, but I think it's a great way to just get some more in. He's playing Fire Valley, so I'm just picking that up now to see what that benefit is. I know one of the tribes gives you even more points for that, so that the monster will be 20 on a point.
Hmm.
That's Winter Tribe. Why are there so many tribes? The Thunder Valleys, there they are. So let's see what that does for him. Or there probably command ability in it. Yeah, so with an ability, friendly thunder modifying units wholly within 12 of the edge of the battlefield at the start of the charge phase can charge in that charge phase even if they ran in the same turn.
Yeah.
So just they get, I get to the edge and then they have an extra use of those extra red moves. They can shoot their pistols though.
No, but the
Um,
pistols are kind of like bonus, right? You don't really rely on anything to get done by the pistols.
yeah, but versus ghouls,
Yeah,
it
you
can
can
also
pop
do
off
a
a few
few
goals.
wounds.
Yeah.
And have you get a +1 on your prayer for your Thunderbay Priest. Just think that's the Slaughter Priest, Slaughter Brute we see at the top of the sticking to the mall pot to get those boosts and filling the pot and maybe able to use it. Then we have a command ability that says pick one enemy unit within 6 uh, uh, with one or more wound allocated to it of a Thunderbelly hero.
Mm-hmm.
Until the end of the phase, you can reroll wound rolls for attacks made by friendly Thunderbelly Mornfang pack. So this is really, Thunderbellies are really for those Mornfangs, making them better than they are and using that to their advantage because that's the only battle line he has. He doesn't have a lot of models, so making sure those do enough damage on the table.
Yep. He's just measuring it out, making sure he's out of charge range, or at least easy charge range of those Mornfang. He just
Mm.
wants to grab the objective.
Yeah,
What's actually the movement
movement of
of a
I
Mornfang?
think a
12
Mornfang
maybe.
that is quite big. I think it's about 8 or 10. But
Ooh.
let me get that out of the AoS app, which is free, so you can always check if you have any questions
Yeah,
about
it's
it.
a good app for checking stats and stuff like that.
Yeah,
For sure.
I hope they still will be using it in the new edition because you can just find every war scroll there is. Not the alliance abilities, and the battalions were in there,
It's a
but they
handy
were
dandy stream
removed.
tool for sure if you just want to check out some quick stats.
Yeah, so you just type in it and find it. You don't have to get the book. You can just
Yep.
see what's going on. The Morning Vampang have a movement of 9, so they're quite fast.
Yeah, so they can move up 9. I think if they move up 9, they're probably About this looks like 15 inches apart, I think, so something like that, 16 inches. So if they move up their full 9, they might get a charge off if they roll a bit, a bit
Mm.
over average for the charge range. But then I'm not quite sure they want to do that because then they're gonna kill the ghouls, sure, but then there's a dragon looming behind, right? So you're not gonna accomplish a whole lot. It's
Mm.
probably gonna be a trade, and some ghouls for Mornfang is probably not gonna be a trade you want to do.
No, but we will just wait and see what will happen. We see the flashy just moving up. He needed to start this turn again, just like the first one.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a position you want to be in on this mission, because if you go second, you can remove one of those objectives.
Yeah, and one objective has already been
Mm.
moved, right? So basically, the hand has been forced for the fleshy the quartz.
Yeah, because if he stays right here,
It's
he
two
only gets
points.
2 points.
It's 2 points, and then the ogres are gonna score 3, right? And that's how they're gonna gain the advantage. So it's time for the fleshy the quartz to start making
Uh,
a move, moving out.
we see the ghouls going for the run move, just being fast.
Although
Uh,
I suppose the Vargulf can come out and maybe contest the one objective for turn.
yeah, but then you have a Frost Lord, a Huskert, and 4 Mornifang around you, so
That's okay. So he's gonna die, but at least he contests the point
you
for a
can
turn.
stay here, but you don't want to go there.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure if he's in combat with one of those units within a 3
No, I
inch.
don't think so. I think he
Uh,
placed it safely behind, so he should be safe. I think
uh,
he's able to move the Vargeist or Vargulf.
yeah, but just let's see what will happen. Um, we're just discussing now the damage potentially of
Yeah, he's
one
just
of those terror chickens, as I like to
yeah,
call them,
Turk cluck cluck.
the undead chickens going for
Yeah,
you.
yeah. The murder turkey,
Yeah,
sometimes referred to as well.
yeah, just like the Lord of Chains, that's also just a chicken.
Yeah.
But we just see the move of the ghouls now. All those 40 will be
Yep, they're
moved.
marching
Yes,
up the Ghoulie Trail.
still being around the shadows to get that buff if they die, that they are able to come back to it.
Yeah, we haven't seen the challenge in action much yesterday, so I'd like to see the challenge in action here.
Yeah, I didn't think we saw it. We
Yeah,
saw
it was
some.
dispelled before
Yeah,
Archon went into the big unit and murdered them.
yeah, I think that was one.
It
Was
was a
the good
challenge in the
play?
beginning of the game, but he just got quickly dispelled
Yeah, I
before
didn't.
he could do anything really of use. So that's a shame because the chalice has a good ability, right?
Yeah, it just revives that ghouls,
Yeah.
but it's not even own ghouls dying. It's every model dies within range of the chalice. I think it's 12. Gets into the chalice, and then you roll on the 4+, you get the models back. So if you kill a
Wait,
big
you can
unit,
actually revive enemy models with it as well?
no, 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 it became the will became ghouls.
Oh, they'll become ghouls.
Yeah,
Okay, excellent. Yeah.
if you kill Archean in round of the chalice and you throw a 4+, he's becoming a ghoul.
Okay.
Um, but yeah, it's not that great versus the ogres because they don't have a lot of models. If
Is it model or it's not wounds or
it's
anything?
model,
So yeah, so one ogre is one ghoul. It's not the greatest of value. I mean,
it's a weird transition because basically the ghouls are
yeah,
not even as high as one of the leg
yeah,
of the ogres,
yeah.
but that's just how the rule works.
Just an
Otherwise,
ogre ghoul running around with
would
all
be
the
a
other
funny
ghouls.
conversion
Yeah, yeah,
though,
yeah.
just with the wings on him.
Just
Or
convert all kinds of different models from all kinds of armies that have become ghouls over the time. That'd be fun, actually.
yeah, but the problem is they're on 25
So
millimeter
how
bases.
do you make a ghoul out of a ghost though?
That's something I don't understand, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
Say you're fighting the ghosties,
The Night
the
Haunt.
Nihons. The ghosties go in the pot. They don't have blood inside them, but still, they get converted somehow to ghoulies.
Yeah, they can go in the pot and then they can be eaten, so that's already really weird, but
Yeah.
they can
How do you eat a
also
ghost?
then become a ghoul.
What does ghost taste like?
I don't think it will be any filling for you. It will just go through.
Yeah, you just bite through, or maybe it's nice, it's fluffy, like
Like a
cotton candy,
marshmallow.
like a marshmallow, cotton candy. It tastes
Mm.
nice.
I
Yeah.
just see the ghoul
I'm
patrol.
now I'm starting to get a bit envious of the ogres eating everything. They get to taste all kinds of
Mm.
cool stuff.
Yeah, but they also become really weird stuff if they go die at the flesh eater.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of weird stuff going
Oh
on in
yeah,
this
yeah.
game.
I don't think in general I don't want to live in the universe of Age of Sigmar. I don't think if you're a human, I think you're pretty low on the list on the
I think
on the
being
on
one
the
of the
ranking
human,
order.
yeah,
Yeah,
but I think it's being fine if you just sit into a city.
yeah. If you live in the city, you
Uh,
might have a chance of living like a decent normal life. But I
yeah,
mean, if you're like on one of those planes that's being taken over by chaos or anything.
we have the secondaries of them on the screen, so yeah, we already fixed that. So,
So yeah,
and then if you, the ogres have overrun and debate.
yeah. And the flesh eater courts have headhunter and invader.
We just get a TO.
Tio coming over in the booth to check out the secondaries for the players. Make sure they don't take double secondaries because you can't do that. Every secondary is what available only once in the
Yeah, one
tournament.
in the whole tournament.
Mm.
So if you you can just use them once in the whole tournament and then you're done with it, and you can't use it again.
Yes, excellent. So the ogre player just making sure that there are no reserves left in the Flesh Eater Court's army, and the turn goes over. So he didn't move his
Mm,
Vargeist. I thought that he might have moved the Vargeist, just hop him over to contest the objective,
mm.
but maybe he doesn't have the range, the movement.
Nope,
That
sorry.
could be a thing.
No, it will
Um,
just die off.
in
But
either case, it's 2 points now for the
mm,
Flesh Eater Courts. Um, he's moving up, and not very fast, by the way. So he's already down a point now, probably.
I was just waiting to see what happens to ogre players now, thinking on what should I do, what is the best way to get on into this game.
The best
Um,
way is to probably, I think, in all honesty, to stay there. I think that's the best move.
yeah, but you just want to fight.
But do you really want to fight this? Why? Because there's three objectives. He's got only two. You're scoring three again. I mean, you don't really need to fight if you just if you, well, you can just sit back and rack in the points. Just clean up the one VAR guys. Uh, I mean, going into the goals on the top there is only going to open you up for being countercharged by the dragons, the terror geists. So,
no, there
but
was.
maybe he decides different. Maybe he decides it's ogre
Mm,
o'clock and just goes in hard. It would be entertaining to see. But I think the correct play here is to just
mm.
sit back
Yeah, I just see some
for another turn.
prayers going off now and
Yeah,
some of these spells that can be cast on this turn. Just measuring everything in front just before they will know what will be going on.
he's
Um,
measuring something though. He's measuring a possible charge.
yeah, so I think that's the best way to do it. Just do it in your hero phase. Then you can say, I have this move, and then you have the charge left, and you then never have a discussion. If you maybe
Yeah,
put
pre-measuring.
away a model, you never have the
I
discussion.
was gonna see if he's actually within striking range. Does he have a 3-inch range weapon?
Yeah, two of them.
Oh, the spear on the ogre character.
Uh, no, the art was talking about the ghoul. That is a 3-inch 3-inch one. I don't think the beast riders which he was measuring have 3-inch weapon.
Hmm.
But
He
that's
was measuring if
easy.
he probably if the Frost Lord was going to charge the ghouls, he would be in combat range of the dragon, and he is. So if he charged those ghoulies, he will be in striking range of the terror guys, which is not something early ones because he can hit the terror guys, but the terror guys can then pile in and actually attack the Frost Lord. And tough though a Frost Lord is, I don't think he might survive a round with a
Ch-
uh, terror guys, but I think the odds are pretty much stacked against him.
Yeah, the Frost Lord only get 2-inch weapons.
Hmm.
Um,
Hmm.
just keeping rolling ones, that's always
Not the double one
nasty.
on a spell. In an addition or so, that's going to be D3 mortal wounds.
Mm, yeah,
So you're lucky now, but it sucks. So he
yeah,
rolls 3 times in a row for a spell double ones. Spell fizzles out. Luckily, it's not third edition yet, because that's going to be a miscast. Good old miscast coming back,
mm,
hey? I want to see the miscast table from Warhammer Fantasy come back. That will be interesting to see with all
no.
the different effects and stuff, or just being sucked in the warp. That was always a fun moment.
It's already quite a streamlined game, and just adding that we
More
had it.
tables. We need more tables with random effects. That's what we
No, that's not what we need.
need.
That's not what we need. We had that in when the first game came out. If you were like wearing a hoodie,
Yeah.
uh, you could get some bonuses. If you have a chalice, you get the one bonus. And I think when you were using one of the undead characters, if you went on your knee on during the game, so if you maybe drop a dice or something, or maybe um, just go down there and you would lose because you don't kneel. The operator doesn't
Oh,
kneel for
that yeah,
characters,
but that
and
was
then you lost
silly.
the
Look,
game.
look.
Like,
I'm not saying we should bring back the likes of if you have a beard
mm,
and you're wearing your left shoe on your right foot, then now you can do this and this. I'm not saying we should do that, but the miscast table was a legit fun thing. It was
no.
just big. Yeah, you roll on the miscast table. You don't need a beard. You just need to roll a die.
Yeah, but still, it's way too random, and
Yeah, it was random, but that's the nature of the warp, man.
I don't think we need more
That's the warp.
randomness in this game.
Yes, we do. We're gonna all go all in on the random.
No, I'm not going for all random. It's just that's the problem we see with the gets. They're so random that they don't even have a nice game to play. It's like, yeah, I rolled really bad and I lost the game. If I rolled average, it was fine. But being able to move 2d6 or even 3d6 and just running 3 inch is like, yeah, but I'm swirling here with a big ball on a chain and I'm moving 3 inches. It's like I'm not even trying to move. Um, so I think they just need a base and
Okay,
maybe
so
some
so
extra.
so he's sending the he's done. He's saying the Huskard's done. You're done. He's sending the Frost Lord in.
Ooh, I think he wants to get that really one.
Yeah, I think he really wants to get that little Vargulf there in the back. He doesn't trust the Huskard to do the job, so he's sending
No,
in the Frost Lord.
the big man himself needs to
Mm.
go in
Yeah,
there.
I think he's hungry.
Um, let
He's looking
me
for some Vargulf meat.
look at the war scroll.
Yeah.
So the one has a 5 plus feel no pain for
Mhm.
mortal and mortal wound, so that's quite good. We see plus 1 damage made with the rock hard horns and crushing hooves on the charge. So a
Mhm.
charging stone horn is really nasty.
Yep.
And he also gives them reroll charge rolls for friendly units within 12 of that model.
Yep.
So that's why the Huskers why they're probably there. Um, that might even get to use that bonus one. But looking at the weapon
Mm.
profile of the Frostlord, we see the spear has 4 attacks, hitting on threes, wounding on threes, minus one red, flat 3 damage.
Yeah, that's pretty tasty.
Yeah, then it got the punches and kicks. It's 3 attacks, threes and threes, no rend 1 damage. So that's not, man. He's just slapping them and having fun with it. Then we have the rock hard horns, so you see on the side of its head, which has 6 attacks when he's not bracketed, hitting on fours, wounding on threes, minus 2 damage, and also doing flat 3 damage.
Yeah.
And then we see the crushing moves that are a bit random. So d6 attacks, threes. To wound is a 2 plus when it's not bracketed, but it brackets quite fast to fours. Minus 1 and d3 damage.
Yep.
So if you get the horns and the spears done, you have a really potential to do a lot of damage on
Yep.
that unit.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's an absolute wrecking ball of a unit. I have some sad news though.
Yeah, I know.
It's time for me to leave.
Real life is calling.
Oh man, yeah. So this sucks so hard, but alas, boys and girls, it's time for me to leave. Fret not, the stream's going on. I'm leaving this in the very capable hands of Mike.
Capable, I wouldn't
Absolutely
say yet,
nothing
but
can go wrong. Wait, let me just. All right, there we go. So, ladies and gentlemen, real life is calling. I have to go and attend to my the job that you know that I don't like as much as this job, but pays me money. Um, which I kind of need, and it was one of those things where I had to work, couldn't refuse. But I wish everybody today a great day. Keep look, well, keep looking at the stream, watch the stream. It's gonna continue on. Mike over here,
yeah.
he's been with me. It's been going great. He's just gonna stay here and commentate on all the games. Watch this game, watch the next finale, and I'll be here next time. So for everybody in chat and who was here yesterday, thanks a bunch for watching. We love you lots. It's really nice to see a nice group of people just chiming in, checking to see what's going on. Without further ado, see you guys next time. Stream's going on with Mike over here, and going back to the game. Bye bye, everybody. See you guys next time.
So we just see some moving going on right now. Um, yeah, thank you. Yeah, just getting some instruction to get done. Good luck on your work. Uh, and we'll see what's going on there. So I'll be doing this rest of the stream alone. Maybe some other people will join. I know there's some TOs walking around that maybe have some time left to see what they will do. And we also have some visitors from the Alliance Open around here, so they maybe join. Or maybe if we have already had a game which went quite well, that might be interesting to talk about that one after this game is done. We're still in the movement phase now for the Ogres on turn 2. Um, but we are just waiting for that now. So they are going to make a run move on the top left. I can't see what he rolled for that, but it's going to be quite a long shot since they only have 9-inch movement and I think he's moving 14. So he probably rolled a 5. Um, and we are now just measuring their range of the objective, not too fast. Don't want to overextend that one. And then it's just waiting now to see what's going on. We will get the spells to being cast on the screen. Um, so he's just gonna do the mortar wounds thing from the bird. Um, just some shooting going on, not a lot, but every little bit helps to get something down. He's at, he's now asking just what is where and how everything will be going. So I'm just setting up my own laptop, which I have all the information on instead of the stream. Um, I'm not sure what's going on. Oh, it's the charge of the Frost Lord on top behind the pillar. I don't know if you can see that one. But I think, no, we don't see that one. It's on the top left. There's the Frost Lord against the Vargulf. And I think that were the impact hits hitting him. But then we go back to the top of the table. Um, and that's, I think that will be the only charge we're gonna see. Since the other ones are all quite out of range at the moment. Um, but we'll see what happens there. I think he's just attacking now, so I don't see any other charges. And I'm just saving it up and doing those damages on that far gulf. It's quite hard to see since it's behind the tower there. Um, but he's decided last turn he would stay there. Probably used to be annoying to those ogres because he can always grab the objective alone and he needed to dedicate one of its models to killing it. That's why he chose Stonehorn. It has the most damage instead of the Askert, but it's not going down quite easily by the looks of it. And they'll have 6 attacks, hitting on 3s now. And we're just getting Susie 2 wounds, but it's 2 wounds. So just one using -1 rend. We see the one rolling and we see D3 damage. So we see 3 damage there, making the Sexless feel no pain. And I think that is the end of the Fargulf that was summoned in. So the they are just talking about it now, how bad the Frostlord hit on the Vargulf. But the only thing we just see left um, is the big blob of unit. We see him score 3 points, so let me change that one. Getting to 6. Uh, I've got the instruction. I should be able to change this one. So now we see the roll off. We see the flashy the court getting to rolling a 6, so that means he always goes there. Um, I think it's saved, and yeah, there it is. The score is updated, so that went well. We now see the Flash Eater player deciding what will be going on, if he's gonna take the turn or give it away. But yeah, of course, the mission he can let. If you go second, you can remove one of those objectives. So it's quite a hard one to do. So he might be able to go first, and have the fear that one of his objectives will remove or remove one from himself, and making sure that they will go through. He's 1 point behind at the moment versus the ogres, but I think that is able, since he's able to go now, that will be a good one to go. I think it's a really hard decision, but he doesn't want to overextend probably. Like you see the first two turns. So we're going turn 3 now. So change that one. So turn 3 now. And we're still deciding what will be happening between those players. Yeah, I think have some juice into me. Just being able to talk the whole day, otherwise I would really sorrow. But that's not an issue since we just have uh, some drinks on the side. So he's still talking about it. He will give the turn to the ogre player, giving them the double turn. But he is able to remove one of the objectives of the ogres, or his own. But I think we'll see one taken from the other side. So he removes the top right objective, um, since um, he's gonna start. So we're gonna see an ogre turn again. But that also will be one of the hard decisions to be on your mind, having to know you can remove an objective, but having to let the ogres go double. I think that was the right call based on all the ranges from the ogres we are seeing. They're quite far away. They're not in engagement range, so they always can fill their charge if they decide to go in, and then maybe give it a chance. Mm. And always, just like you on the last turn, thinking about it, getting the cauldron, getting the buff, so it will give 2 damage within 6 of the pot, so there is no enemy within 6, so that doesn't really matter. Just getting a spell off now, I think it's the Blood Feast, and that's going off on an 11, so that's always nice to have. Let me see what the buff does. It's always nice to have it handy. That's the other one, that's the cool patrol. So we'll just look at the at the spells now what are going on. So I think that was the Blood Feast spell. So +1 on attack to a unit of ogres. That's not a monster, and I think those will be on the 4 Morning Fangs in the middle, since the other one are out and it needs to be within 18. The other effects on the pot is one is a bad uh, the bad cauldron is bad meat. The model suffer D3 more wounds if you drink it. Struggled guts heal D3 allocated to this model. In addition, you can heal one allocated to friendly ogre only within 12 of the model. That isn't really needed. Then you have 3 to 4. Pick an any friendly ogre unit within 12 of this model. Add 1 to hit rolls. So I think he was fishing for that one just to buff everything up. Mm. So now we see the big pack of Morning Fang on the side of the table, moving to that right bottom, getting close to those 40 ghouls. We see the chalice being gone could also be used as a dispel, since he won't get to buff it up and make those units come back when they're done. So that is a really good decision. Just if you're gonna charge, then it will go. Um, we see the Frost Lord on the top right corner making a run move. I don't think he's able to run and charge, but it was so far into the corner. He needs to run move and maybe even buff those Mornifang with the command ability on scroll for a +1 to charge. But I'm not sure if he's within range. No, the players are just talking about terrain rules, how they don't like them because there are so many different effects, and I think they're right. In my own opinion, I don't think it adds really much. Sometimes your game can be won because you have a +1 to cast on your side, and your opponent can't do anything. But we will see what happens in 3.0 and if they change anything with those rules or that it even gets usable now. Um, but we see waiting for turn 3 now. And there we see the Tio coming now. He is stealing my chair, but we don't have an issue with that. He's just chilling now. I'm just single-handedly sitting and waiting here now since Stefan left me because he needs to do stuff in his real life. Um, but that won't be any of the issues. So if you have any questions, we're just waiting for the moves to see what happens with those other units. Um, just ask it and I will try my best to answer them for you. But it's just another movement phase and we're just waiting for that one. But yeah, we see also the raiders getting to move on to the middle of the field, having those big moves. The mid monster looking like he's setting up on those 40 ghouls to start to killing them. Mm. But it's just the waiting game now, because it's turn 3, and they need to have some points, because it only will score less and less turns as long as the game goes. We see the using a run move, still staying in range of those objectives, but not overextending it, just on the edge, so they have the objective and there won't be any issues with that one. So the ogre player explaining every ogre counts as 2, so they have 8 on that center objective. I think he is forgetting the big raiders thing, which counts as 10, but he has other plans with that probably. So also saying 4 on that one, blocking it so you can just walk over it. And there we see the Huskarts probably, the Huskarts moving towards any of those ranges, just seeing what's happening now. So what we're seeing is quite calm players standing on the table and really thinking about their movement. I think they're playing quite fast. Since they're already in turn 3 and we started at 10 o'clock and they have until 1. Um, but using those ogres, it's really not that difficult because he doesn't have a lot of models, so you don't have to move a lot. You don't have many rules now. But we already see another game finished on the table. People just chilling now and having their time of their life. Uh, but that's the only one game being finished yet. So think we will see there probably a really big score coming out. That's on table 4 of the tournament now. Um, Now we see some shooting going on this table. So we can use those crossbows, those Valkyries, those pistols. Um, we see on big unit. So getting mortar wound on those 40, not getting saved, getting one down. Not really having an impact that he talked about, having a command point which only can be used when one unit is dead. Um, so basically getting furied by the blood. Mm. Are we now just checking him out, making sure every rule is correct, and that his plan goes accordingly to what he has in his head to happen. Um, that's the Thunderbellies and the Huskars commendably. So his chance is to getting reroll to wound and +1 to hit, so making those units even scarier uh, at the start of the combat phase. So first we're gonna see some charges. Um, you he forget his blood vulture, so he's doing that. Not getting saved, so another one. Mm. So just forgot the shoot move and the pistols. One pistols with -1 on those ghouls. Um, little misunderstanding. So damage 1. So we can seeing 1 taken off. So those were the pistols were done, and the blood fudge is getting done. So we see the bottom right unit of 4 Morphang getting his charge on now. Uh, Rolling an 11 on his charge. With even the buffs on it, it goes up to a 13. Just measuring after within range. So it's a 12 in charge, only getting the +1 and not getting those +2. And they will go through now. We also will be seeing the impact hit of it. Basically, because it's an unmodified roll, I think it was an 11. We see 11 dice being thrown. We see one getting in range of the big chicken, and the other ones will be getting those 40 ghouls for a nice breakfast this morning. Hmm. No, the ribbon tear is not going through because the unit hasn't had any wounds allocated. They just killed. Just they have one gun each. Yeah, we see the impact hits going on from the Mordenfang now on sixes because it doesn't is a monster. So every six does a mortar wound. So getting 4 mortar wounds on those sixes, on those ghouls, I think. So we see one getting saved off. It's used on those terror guys. Now we see the Husker getting charged, and we see an 8 being rolled for that charge. I think that should be enough. I'm not sure yet, but we will get measuring it. So there it goes into that hole where some of those goals were removed. But he's within half an inch, so his charge is valid. And we see those impact hits again on those 8 because he rolled. He didn't roll any on 4 pluses, so that is not a really good roll. That is Snake Eyes we see. Mm. I don't think it's a range of a character to use the reroll charge rolls, and it's not a character either. Um, and he's within 6 of that objective, so I think he will get it because it's worth 10 models. He will use the line breaker, getting those Mornofang to 3 damage flat, which going to hurt a lot um, into the schools, and even maybe getting the terror guys on there. starting with the riders on the ghouls. So, so 3 additional mortal wounds already starting it out with. 5 saves on a -1 for, I think it's a flat 3 damage. So that's 15 damage of those Mornfang into the ghouls. And we, of course, the mortal wounds will be going on. So you see that feel no pain is being made. Um, we see quite a lot. I think it's only quite a lot of misses. I think the spell's on there just to buff them. So I think only 11 go through of those 15 wounds and the 3 mortal wounds. Um, and it's just waiting now for them to power in. Those were the Mornifang, I guess, just removing those now. He's measuring from the objective. Um, so making sure that he can remove those models, maybe contest the middle objective, not getting those points, just moving a model there and then having it next turn. Um, well, they're just getting removed now, the ghouls, the big blob unit. Since the chalice was dispelled, that will probably hurt quite a bit. Now the murder thing itself is with the riders. Um, so we see 4 additional mortal wounds happening of those beasts. Um, and then we'll see a lot of hits. And that's 6 saves on those ghouls for 18 damage because of those line breaker command ability. So those are going really to work, ignoring those saves of the ghouls and just going to the feel no pains. If I see correctly, I see him staying in with the 5, so I think that spell is on that big unit of ghouls, so that 5 plus feel no pain instead of 6 plus. But that's still a lot of damage. That he's now also removing it from those riders to getting them off the table. So we see them removed at the side of the objective. I didn't think he had enough models to contest it based on the 10 of the Huskard. Uh, so getting 12 kills on this round of combat, and we've already done a lot of damage on the other one. Uh, but I think the Mordenfang was also done. So now we see the Flash Eater Court player getting their turn to strike at those nasty ogres. So just gonna be piling in and see what will be happening. Um, oh, I still see some of those left. They can be reborn, of course, but that's always hard to do. Since he is piling in, we already see the game finished. That was the game between Paul Prosy and Olaf. It was 118 to 2, so probably not a secondary being scored right there. We saw him playing yesterday the second and the third game with his Chaos list with Archeon, using that Slayer of Kings on those 2 Terror guys you see here at the bottom, and also in the second game using it on the Troglodon and on the Astrolite banner. I don't know if he killed any of the fish he played against. Maybe he had the king running into the Slayer of Kings. That would be quite funny. Of the Eidolon of Matlan, the aspect of the storm. I think that's quite a hard one to get. I don't think he will have done that with his Slayer of the Kings. So you see the 5, the unit is split up. They will be going 5 at the Mornfang to do some of those damage, and the other ones will be going into the Huskard, the top of the table. Um, but this is the Ogre's turn, start of turn 3. The Flash Eater player gave the Ogre player the turn just to be able to remove that objective in this mission. And I think that was his right call to do so. But now getting really hit bad. We see him now attacking and doing some of those damage. I think this is on the Huskard based on the amount of dice seeing rolled, and not the one on the Morfang. But he, yeah, it's 11 hitting, coming through. I think it's no rent and 1 damage apiece. So it just have his normal save. Um, so he not killing a Morfang, but those were the only 5 of them. There's one Morfang left on 1 wound. So just deciding on which one they will be using, on which model it will be allocated. The Mornifang has 6 wound each, so he did 5 damage on this turn with those uh, small small unit of Mornifang, just 4, but he's not able to kill one of them. Mm. And now we see even more dice being rolled on the Huskard. That's not even more dice, and we see a lot of them. They have quite a basic profile. Not having rent, only doing 1 damage might be quite hard to go through. There we see, I think, the rerolls of ones, but they are just getting through with it, just helping each other out, using those dice, and being able to just use that one is just making sure the game is taking forever. They're halfway there. They're using 1.5 hours now. So that's what's left now. We're already in turn 3, and you almost done with the start of turn 3. So I think they have plenty enough of time to get to that turn 5 and getting it match done. He will be saving on force, so we see some fails and we see some saves. I think it's quite average. And then using his 5 plus feel no pain, also making 2 of those. So 4 damage will be added to the Huskard. Um, and he will use that command ability from the Flash Eater course to do that again. It can be done immediately, just it happens after the unit has fought the first time in the phase. So he is using that one, that command ability for a CP to pile in and attack again. So we see, of course, them trying to get rid of that Mornifang, which is on 1 wound left, hoping for probably the second kill, and hoping to be a lot of damage just to bracket that Huskard, which is standing there. And because after his turn, the Flash Eater player will play this one, and that will be quite annoying. I think he will score 3 points this turn, having the top left objective, the middle one, and the bottom one. So the Stonehorn counts as using it on claiming the middle bottom objective, and the 4 them that so Mornifang as the middle top objectives to claim that. Um, and we see some of those dice being used to roll those saves. 4, 5. So he does 6 wounds, so killing the one with the 1 wound left off and setting another one on 1 wound left. And now they're going against the Huskard, and we see a lot of dice being thrown again. Just like we saw last time, we did 5 wounds on it, and it may now even be more because of the power A move, but because the dice are so big, he needs to do it in 2 rounds. And yeah, I think that just adds more of the amount to the ghouls that are attacking. How impressive those attacks are! Just using a lot to take down that Huskard chilling there. So we see that one. They're just helping each other out with dice, just being able um, to help each other. It's a fine sense of gentlemanship on the table and having fun with this game. I don't see any problems being loose. Being really clear in their communication between each other. So that's always nice to have. on that table. And now we see the second round. The first rounds are being rerolled. I think that's all the dice at the top of the table that are being used now for the first round. And now we see all the fails. Um, I think those are the ones we see able to reroll. And now we just see the fails being removed. I think that's quite good. You see still a lot of those ghoul attacks going to be wounded now. And I think he does that on threes, on fours actually, but that are still a lot. So all those dice are going to be rolled now are all the saves on the Huskards. Uh, so there they go. Uh, so he's fishing the other ones are out. He fails. I think he has a 4+ save. And then we see the funeral pain being made. Just making three of them getting four extra wounds after this round of combat. So he has 4 wounds left after this combat phase. Um, so the Huskard is able to fight back after getting a lot of wounds on him. So he'll be a little bit bracketed now, so he has less attacks. But I don't think the big guy is wounded yet. Let me pick the War Scroll for you guys. So then we can see it. That's the Frostlord. No, we need his little brother, the Huskard. So he has 3 attacks, hitting on 3s, wounding on 4s, no rend for 1 damage. Then we see the Rockhard Horns having 6 attack, had 6 attacks, but since he has 4 wounds left, means he's only got 3 attacks of those on 4s and 3s, -2, 3 damage. And the Crushing Hooves will be having these 6 attacks, hitting on 3s, wounding on 4s because it's bracketed, -1 and the 3 damage. So we'll see how many ghouls he can pick off. Because he already got so many wounds the last round and only got 4 left, we will see what will be going on right there. We see some ghouls being removed now, but even with those low numbers of ghouls that were on the table fighting against those Mornfang, fighting against her, that they did a lot of work just because of the amount of dice being rolled, and then you just need to save it. It's not like they have a lot of attack, there's just no rend 1 damage, but a lot of it will make you feel some of them. So 9 damage because of the D3 mortal wounds that's going through, and that's quite hard. Um, So the 6 plus 5, 5 plus funeral pain, sorry, just making 1 of them. That's really rough to see on those ghouls just getting removed from the table. I don't think it will kill the whole unit, but making sure it's even smaller than it started with. So if we watch here, um, we can see the side view. So everything that's standing there on the back has been killed in this round of all those ghouls, and it was really swarmed. So now the big guy Terrorgeist will come in to fight against the Mornfang. I don't think we saw its potential yesterday, only against the War Shrine because he ate that thing like breakfast. But I don't think we'll see that now. As the Mornfang are quite annoying, having so many wounds, and he is even in range with his 3-inch attacks on those Huskard. So he's just deciding now where his attacks from the Terrorgeist are going to go. So just thinking about that one, because he might even be able to get more Mornfang or even get the Huskard down if he rolls lucky. Oh, he see. So he is adding everything on the same target. So that's 6 mortal wounds of that 6. So that is going to be rough. So using the -2 of the maul attack that being saved. that is being saved, and he's gonna use that 5 plus feel no pain now. Um, so he get 4 down, and he still has 1 wound left, I think. Um, oh, we still see all the other attacks. That's the wrong attack, but rolling 3 sixes, that will be really good last game, last attack, as they do d6, flat 6 mortal wounds. So 4 damage being done. And now we see the Huskard being removed off the table, eating by the Terrorgeist. What we'll see here is the Terrorgeist fighting again, command point being spent to try to eat all of those Mournfang at the bottom. Mm. So we see 2 misses on those attacks, being rerolled, not getting any of those mortal wounds through. But we see a 4 plus wound, wounding that one, and that one is not being saved for d6 damage, and then rolling a 1 is always hard, but it kills the Mournfang, so there are only 2 left now. And then we go through with the other attacks. Just 1 save being went on a -1, and I think he got that. Then got 5 attacks of those feet, I guess. I'm not sure. So they are the ones also. So just only doing 1 damage um, per hit, so it's not going through. So the Morningfanger's bravery 9, so he's in combat getting +1, being a banner getting 1, so going up to 9. Only lost 2 makes him unable to fail it, even with a -1. Used from some of those dead units, but not in this case. So he is going to use that command point to spend it on getting those last ghouls not to run away, because they were killed so many. I think we saw 37 killed this round. I don't think they did any any wounds before that from the last turn. They were just healed. So that is going to go. We see the ogres going up to 9, getting those top 2 objectives, those left and the middle bottom. Um, but now we see. Mm. So explaining command points, he spent 1 on attacking again with Terrorgeist, 1 on saving those ghouls. So he's got none left, but it's his turn, and we'll see him using that. We are going to go to the Flash Eater Court's turn 3. But we saw the Huskard going in this turn, and a unit of 4 of those Mournfang. They killed a lot of ghouls, but the ghouls slapped back, almost killing the Huskard, only leaving on 4 wounds left, then being finished off by the Terrorgeist. They almost killed 1 Mournfang with 2 rounds of combat, and then the Terrorgeist came in and did the rest for them. There are only 2 left. The Huskard is off the table, and that was quite rough. We see a lot of models and a lot of big models getting off of the table. But we're gonna start with the Flash Eater turn 3 now. Uh, mm, mm, mm. I just talking about third edition now, how things will change, even getting more units onto the table than now, because they will get some lower. So he's gonna heal the 3 wounds. So he is getting fully healed back again, as if I'm correct. Um, or at least getting way healthier for himself in the combat. We use that little courier on the left of it. He will roll 6 dice, and every 2 plus there will be a model coming back. I see 1 1, so there will be 5 ghouls coming back. There were with 3, so they're going up to 8 now. I think it was a really good call to dispel the chalice, because that used every model that died that turn, so all of those ghouls. The Mournfang, the Husker, will be rolled into a pool, and every 4 plus will give a ghoul back. So we see him putting down those models and trying to get those lost going up front. Just to have some board space. I don't think they want to mess with the Mournfang after what happened last turn. So going now into the spells. Yeah. So the unit of Mournfangs has 11 wounds left. There's only 1 allocated to it. Um, but that seems to be in his deployment, so that's always hard. We see the Archregent casting, going on to a 9. So discussing what happens if they go through to that one, but I think that shouldn't be any of an issue. Um, Thanks for the message. I see it in chat now. Good luck with the stream. I think it's going fine. I think we have a great matchup. This was the turn I was talking about. When everything goes in, everything will do a lot of damage. And I think we will be fine for this game. So they're losing the charge bonus now. Um, so they are going down. He's gonna trying to cast one of the spells now to see what will be happening. He's just thinking about using those spells, and waiting to see what to make the decision on what's going to happen. He was talking about Holy Vitality, so that I will pick up for you. That's casting value of 6, pick a flashy to court unit holy within 18 until your next hero phase. Roll d6 each time the model from the unit you picked suffers a wound or mortal wound on the roll of 5, 6. The wound is in the court. Just getting those feel no pain up to a 5 instead of the 6 from death. They're not stackable, so you can't roll both of them, but you can use one of them. We be seeing it cast on the 8 of the Sterogeist on the left side, as you can see, trying to deny within 30 inches. But I don't think he is able to make that. Mm. So the other one, the right Terrorgeist, is within range, but the left one isn't. So it get debuffed. So you get 2 extra attacks on the left Terrorgeist and 5 plus feel no pain. So trying to maybe use those arcane bolts on that unit, but it's on the Templar's getting D3, so he's just thinking about it. Maybe as another spell which he can reuse. And they only have talking about what the unit to do now. Mm. Oh, just explaining now which spells he has. I think he used the Arcane Bolt from the Terrorgeist onto the unit that's closest to him, on an 8, so it doesn't do the extra damage. And now they're just talking about the Mismal Shroud that's on the bottom Archregent. So he's gonna cast that. Is on the 5, rolls a 14. That's a bit of an overkill, but at least it can be denied. What it does, it picks one enemy unit within 18 of the caster and it's visible to them. Those more than Fang. You roll 3 dice. For each 5 plus, the unit suffers 1 mortal wound. And if you roll a triple, subtract 1 from hit and wound rolls until the next hero phase. If you roll a double, subtract 1 from hit rolls only for that unit until your hero phase. Um, oh, what's the difference between the triple and the double then? Subtract 1 from hit roll. The wound rolls is on a triple and the hit rolls are only on the second. I don't think they had that. Uh, but it's still always nice to get some mortal wounds out, trying to finish off those Mournfang. Mm. So we see the left arrow guys having +2 attacks, a 5 plus feel no pain, just to be able to buff it. So I think we'll see a quite aggressive turn going on now. So he just going to get through to it and trying to eat everything with those gaping maw attacks. But with this plus a 2, 8, 5 chances to roll those 6s. So he's trying to make it fit right there. Just he puts the dice down, so he knows that the base needs to be fit in there. So he don't have any movement shenanigans. But just to be sure, he just got a little bit back as he wants, but staying outside of 3 inches of those Beastclaw riders in the middle. The Huskard we seen taken down by the other Therageist last turn, and we see on the top right corner there is still the Frost Lord chilling there. So he's on his way to this middle, maybe even able to get those Beastclaw riders in the middle of the field getting hit at. Um, Almost 2 hours on his way, and we are still in turn 3. I think they're fine, just because everything is getting attacked now. I think it will be quite hard for the Flesh Eater Courts because there are only 4 objectives less, and he's 4 points behind. And uh, so we see the ghouls moving now towards the middle of the table, maybe even securing that Beast Riders a charge. We saw what it did to the Huskard, and that was quite impressive by those little ghouls, but just with a lot of different attacks. But we are now waiting for every move to be done. And after this turn, we get into the row off for turn 4. Um, this is now we're playing Blade's Edge. That's still wrong on stream, I see. But I'm gonna change that now because I just see it now. So that means the player going second will be able to remove one of those objectives. So getting it really hard, making the table smaller. And we see all those buffs on there. We see the Arduino trying to get on to the middle objective, getting a range of that 6-inch marker. Because you need to be within 6 to claim the objective, as we saw in the game. 2, we saw the Skinks making a small mistake and letting the Chaos Warriors tiptoe onto the objectives. And in game 3, we saw the Chaos Warriors doing the same, but then just stepping outside of the base range, so the opponent couldn't get there in first turn when they were arriving. Now we see the other ghouls moving up, just moving towards that middle. And since he is claiming that bottom objective, I don't think that would be any of the issue. But we'll see what will happen. There has to be a decision made who will start the game. Next turn, if you're able to go again, um, you will lose an objective. But I think it's quite the interesting choice. What we'll see from the players, we'll just see one ghoul being a range of that little objective, just staying there, just making sure he gets that point this turn. Mm. Mm. but both players are quite relaxed on the field, just taking their time to play the game and making no mistakes. So we're going to get into the shooting phase. So we see those Terra guys being able to shoot with those screaming ability. He uses using the bravery. Um, Roll a d6 and add the and the dashing value shown on the model's damage table. I don't think it's basically a 6 because I don't think they're wounded. If the total is higher than the target's bravery characteristic, the target suffers normal or wounds based on the difference. So we see d6. But mm, 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 mm. SAS plus 6 is 12, and then subtracting the Husker, the Beast Rider's bravery. I think though there's 5 wounds going down, and there has been some wounds allocated to him now. And we see the other one that just rolling a 2, so getting a value of 8, and the gravity characteristic they decided was 9 on those Mornfang. Um, Big Fluffy, as he called him, is going to charge into that Beastgirl Raiders, into that objective, and maybe trying to eat him for dinner. Um, so we just want to get into the range. He only counts as one, but the other Mornfang at the top are still in range. But just getting that, removing him from the bottom one, I think is counter stand, and I think you already got that bottom one. But they're just measuring now just to be sure. But they are just rolling now. And that see, deciding if this was the only charge. And welcome to the stream, AoS coach. Thanks for following. Glad to see you have time all the way from. I think you're from New Zealand or Australia. I'm not sure, but glad you be able to join this stream to watch on this beautiful Sunday. Um, we see playing the uh, of the Flash Eater Courts versus those ogres, getting it done. So we see him piling in. I think that was a charge phase, but he has to do that. So we're gonna see dash attacks, getting 2 plus attacks on that big guy, getting a 5 plus feel no pain to ignore those wounds on him. And they using force and only getting 1 6, so 6 mortal wounds going down. And then we see 3 hits and 2 going through. That needs to be saved. He failed both of them, rolling 2d6. Uh, I think that's 9 plus 6 mortal wound. So 5 going through all of those mortal wounds and save. And we see the Beastclaw Raiders taken down off the table just with the first attack of the Maw. And that is quite devastating. Um, so since he has charged, he is able to power in and get to those Mornfang and trying to do the same trick again just to get those attacks down. Since he's buffed up with those +2 attacks and also the 5 plus feel no pain, I don't think he is in any trouble, and he's gonna strike first. So we see the Maw attack again, not getting any 6s but re-rolling. So no mortal wounds will be allocated in this turn with the Maw. You need to make 2 saves on those Mornfang, and I think he filled both of them and doing though I think it's 8 wounds towards it. Yeah, we see one getting killed, that's 6 wounds, and we see 2 allocated to the other one. Um, and now they're just getting to the other attacks. Mm, mm. and they are just discussing with a viewer on the side of the table about the mission. That the first one who goes there wins the game. I don't think that's the problem, like we see in this game. Just if you break through aggressive, you will die. But just I think it's an interesting mission because you really need to make a decision between what's going on. And we just see the other attacks of the terror guys going into the Morn Fang, just getting some saves down. And we may see saving 2, so it will do some more wounds to getting healed. And I think he has 4 wounds now on the last Mornfang, and the Mornfang are now able to attack. He can choose the bottom right one of the 2 Mornfang, which one is being hurt, or the 3 on top. Um, he is going to pile in the bottom 2 since the Terrorgeist haven't attacked yet, so maybe bracket him some lower to get some damage done on that one. So we're now gonna see the Terrorgeist. It's not having his 5 plus fuel no pain, just his 6 plus and his normal save, since he is an undead monster. So I 2 saves being made, 1 being saved for 6 damage, and saving on 6 saving 2, so 4 go through. And those are the addition mortal wounds on 6s from the formation that the units are in. And it's now waiting to see what happens. And after that, we will probably see the role of Orton 4 being really important into this mission. So now we see the Terra guys going off against those last 2 Mornifang on the bottom. I'm not sure if he has a command point left to maybe pile him in again. Um, but there is he. He doesn't do he does 12 mortal wounds to him just with his maul attack. So we see those 2 Mornifang leave the table. Uh, but that was quite fast seeing that happen. So what we see left from the Ogre player is 2 Mornfang on the top, 3 in the center, a Slaughterbrute and a Frostlord on the right. And we see 2 Terror guys left from the Flesh Eaters and 2 units of Ghouls. And the Courier and the Arch Region just standing there on the bottom objective next to the Yin and Yang sign. Now we see the Mornifang attacking on the big guy on top. He has a 5 plus full no pain because of the spell that went off, so that is quite interesting. He is just saving some of them, and he just don't think he makes everything, so he will get some wounds allocated to it. I think that's 2 or 3 getting allocated because of the Riders, and now the Mornfang are attacking. So 5 attacks be needing to be saved with a -1. So he saves 2 of them, doing 1 damage, and then has a 5 plus feel no pain, making 1 of them. So I think he's going into 4 or 5. That's quite hard to see on that small dice. Mm. We also see some army nominations going down. Um, I think they will be shared on the Facebook page of Alliance Open. So check that out. There are a lot of beautiful armies here, and I hope everyone gets to enjoy them as much as we do. We already seen some of those amazing armies on this tables yesterday. We see also 2 of them now. They going to roll off. I think the Flash Eater Court player scored 2 points, if I'm correct. So only the bottom 2 won, because the top one is only 1 model against 6 of the ogres, and on the left one. So we get 2 extra, bringing up to 7. Um, we saw the roll of going off. I think the ogre player has gone and started it up, but getting in a really hard decision right now. So they're now deciding what objective will be removed. I think the ogre player will take it. So we see the top objective being removed. So the ogre player is taking the turn and has to start with it. He's now 2 points ahead of it, but he doesn't have a lot of models left now. But we will see what it will bring. So we're gonna see some casting of it, and we will see some the brawl pot maybe being used to heal up some. We see the Frostlord Till on the side of the table being quite out of reach, since all the objectives on that side are almost gone. Only the bottom middle one is left there. So this is turn 4. So let me change that for you guys so everything is up to date again. And there it is. So we're gonna start with the ogre turn now. So he is in combat. So he rolls a die, and if he rolls lower, then the turn he gets a mortal wound. So he gets one mortal wound allocated to that Therogeist in the middle. So he's gonna activate the cauldron, rolling a 6, going damage now when it's within range of that Terrorgeist. I think no, it will do some mortal wounds. Rolling on a 4, not using that one. It was the time to use it, but it doesn't seem to make it based on his roll. But still, it's now waiting. Yeah, it's on a 4 plus. It's obviously 3 mortal wounds, so that's not going through because he rolled a 3 on it. Um, but I think it's quite the interesting game now. Um, but I think it's going to be really close because the ogre player is I think able to score maybe 1 or 2. Um, and the flash eater player needs to really go through then. So he's using the arcane bolt spell now, being denied on a 10, so it's not going through. He will be using the maw pot to take it empty and heal that Mournfang just a wound, but that maw pot is empty now. So what if a unit is being killed within 6 of the maw pot, it will be filled again. So maybe if the Terrorgeist falls, it will be filled, but that's gonna be a challenge having him on that 5 plus feel no pain, like we already talked about. Um, So they're just discussing it. I think the Fargulf in the turn 1, in turn 2, not moving away, is making that Frost Lord out of the game, and now it's turn 4, and he might be not be able to make that charge to impact the game at all. That think that was a really good play just to not to deny him using in the game, or there would be annoying Vargul flying around and poking you. And they're now looking at the Terrorgeist. Oh, they're just talking about how many wounds there are. So the middle one has 12 left. Mm. 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 We're talking about how the trick might work from moving, so it was like, no, we're not gonna do that. That's already been calculated out. That's why these guys are all have won their previously games. Mm. So they're outside of 3 inch on the objective. So we see a run move being made on those Mornifem on top. So making a 13-inch move and getting to that top left objective. And just being not gonna get eaten by the Terrorgeist in his own turn. Um, that is quite the smart move, because otherwise he may be able to fight twice and kill those Mournfang. So I think that's all of the units that are left. So we're going into the shooting phase. The left unit has a pistol, but he not decided to shoot that one because I think he is making his unit ready for a charge. So we see 8 impact hits and a charge of 8 not going any shooting any going on. So we see those two getting in the combat with those ghouls. So 8 impact hits will be rolled for those two Mournfang. So no sixes are being rolled. Then we see the Frostlord getting into a charge. So he's giving himself a +1. So not getting one. So he has an 8-inch charge, and I don't think he's gonna make it. But I'm wrong. That can also happen. He is now just charged that one, getting 8 impact hits, just like the last one. Those are gonna go on a 4+ instead of the 6+. Just getting those feel no pains ready on 6s, and going to 12 wounds on that Terrorgeist. That is quite rough on that one. Um, but we see him charging it up. I think he just will be able to get those two objectives on the left of the table, bringing his total to 11. And since we don't have a lot of points left, since it's the mission, we will see what will be going on. So he has a 4+ and a 6+ going up, using the punching kicks on the Terrorgeist, and just allocating the rest of his attacks. Mm. So spending command for reeling reroll once to hit. So using the battle range for mortal wounds on the Terrorgeist, doing 3 of them. So 6+ feel no pain. So that was the Terrorgeist being removed because of those mortal wounds at the start of the combat phase. Now see all attacks going into those silly ghouls standing there. The characters are out of range, but they are still there. Doing 12 damage on that unit. I think there are not enough left, so there needs to be a lot of feel no pains being made for the unit to staying alive. We see 4 of them staying alive, 4 being saved, so I don't think that was quite enough. So that's the unit, discarding the rest of the Frostlord attacks, but that did a lot of damage. So there's only one combat left now, so that's the ghouls versus the two Mournfang, and he's decided to pick that unit, and now making his pal in move, just moving 3 inches towards the closest enemy to see if they can make it. While he's piling in, I'm gonna check up on the other games. Maybe some more are already finished. Yeah, we see a shoot cast, stormcast one drop list winning the game versus the cities of Sigmar list. On 20-0, just not getting any of his secondaries, and having those points taken away by him. But we see the attacks of the ghouls now getting aligned to hit those Mournfangs to see what will be going on. Hitting on force, having 4 wounds on that unit. Uh, so he saves 2, gets 1 mortal wound back, so only 1 will be going through. He says we feel no pain, trying to save that one, but fails. So he basically hit himself. Mm. But it's the last combat of those Mournfang hitting those ghouls. Maybe with the power in move there has been some sneaky guidance made into denying that bottom objective. Because the bottom one won't be going then. So he wound 4 with -1 rend. So doing 6 damage now to the ghouls and 1 mortal wound, so 7 feel no pains. Just making 2, that's 5 wounds. So I think the ghouls won't be having enough of that to secure that objective. But that's always hard. So the Ogre Mawtribes will probably go to 11 points this turn. So so not making those saves, getting killed, making sure those Mournfang secure that bottom objective. And I think that is turn right now. So the TO coming the side and he thinks like, why? I thought he was dead. He is still there. No, he was on the side of the table because of those Fargoof at the top right command that was summoned. So the Ogre player making it to 11 points. So it's still possible to get that win for the Flash Eaters, but it's because he can score 3 this turn and score 2 in the next one. But I think it's going to be a really tough game. But we are going to see what is going to do healing one of those units on those there guys, getting him in right and healthy. He doesn't have the buffs now, so that can be annoying. And we'll just see it going through. So let me see what is happening right now. Just getting some spells in, getting everything done, um, and we'll see what it will bring to the table. So maybe even trying to deny from the slaughter whereas just standing next to the pot, getting it nice and feasty, basically being the chef of the ogre army, just bowling into the pot and waiting for him to do its rightful call, just denying and making some soup. Um, so we just see the Flash Eater player thinking about what's going on. The courier is not in range of the units of ghouls since he has been wiped out to get those units back. He has just got one terror guys left, uh, a, arch regent and the courier at the bottom. Um, but this will be interesting to see if he can make any plays just to amaze us with his plays to get everything done and get the most point out of this one. Because this is the last game to uh, be able to get into the final game to win this grand tournament. On the second table, we see a Seraphon player playing against a Slaneshi player, and that's just waiting to see what happens. They're not finished yet, but that's the other good table. So we will probably see the Flesh Eaters or the Ogres playing against Slanesh or versus the Seraphon. If anything ends up in a draw, everything can be changed, but that's the most likely situation. So we just see the challenge being cast on a 4, adding to 2, and the challenge is cast on a 6, so the +2 getting it better. Um, so just thinking about what's happening in the last game. We trying to think the deny of the chalice being cast. So he's using an 8. It's not getting onto the table, but he still has the other spells left. The ogres are having 11 points now in turn 4, and the flash eater has a 7 points. So it can happen, but it's going to be hard since the flash eaters just have the terrorgeist, the courier, and the archregent left. And there's still 5 Mornifang on the table, a slaughter brute, and the frost lord. But we'll see what will happen. I think this is also the fourth. It's the fourth game of the game with also fourth game of the tournament, and I think we haven't seen any stomps yet. I think this is still a really interesting game to watch on this lovely Sunday. We see Holy Vitality trying to be cast from the Flesh Eaters, um, but didn't notice anything that it would host. Um, so he's gonna push his command points to attack. So the Archregent on the left bottom will make a run move for a 2, not making anything really happen, but he's got some movement of himself, so he will move probably towards that objective based on the way he is measuring now. But we are in the movement phase now. This shouldn't take really long. There's not a lot of mods left. The courier also going to run, not also getting 2, and I don't think he's really happy with that one because he isn't that fast at the moment. Just measuring every possibility he has to go. You have to remember you need to be outside of 3 inches of those model of those of the Frost Lord, but that is always good to see there that he will be chilling there. So I think the run move didn't really matter, um, but being able to be within 6 inches of that objective and just to claim that one, making sure he gets that victory point. Um, then what we are going to see is the Terror Geist being able to use its move, and I think he will be going to the top. Talking about not moving because he is healed again and he has have to move a lot. So just going to that 3 inch mark just to be able to charge him. Um, what we will see is going on is the scream attack in the shooting phase um, to see if they get some damage. So we see the scream attack going on. So they're talking about 10 wounds on the bottom left. So they're outside of range, so he just had to scream at the top bottom, not being able to kill that one. So just getting to 8, so that's not enough to do those mortal wounds. So just being able to do one mortal wound. Just had to cough a little bit, so that's why I was muted. He's make his charge for and just see what's going on there. So helping your opponent is always good and gentle to make to the end of the base, so he gets into the objective and into range of those Morning Fang to go to town on it, just making sure it's within half an inch and not too much so the ogres need to bow in. So he is afraid of the Frost Lord getting to charge him, but we saw what it did to the other one, so that makes sense. He doesn't want to get him. So we're gonna see the Flash Eater goes going through with a lot of extra attacks, re-rolling, maybe fishing for those sixes, getting one. So that's 6 mortal wounds already being done by the first Maw attack. And then we see 4 saves, getting 1 mortal wound back of the save, and 3 going through. So he is not saving the wound would cut back. So getting 6 damage on to the other one. Oh, though were not the 3, there were 6. So that is the top unit of Morden Fang being killed and being assured that the top objective is the Flesh Eaters. Yeah, they're talking with each other about how the game is really iffy and what is going on. I think that is really true. So you see the game getting swingy. At least he will be getting those 2 points, bringing it up to 9. And I think that is really hard. So the Flash Eater, that was his turn, getting 9 points, going into turn 5 now. Turn 5 now. And we see him roll a 2 and letting the Ogre player decide what will happen because he won the roll off. That is talking about what will happen now. Uh, so the Ogre is going first, but it makes him really fight for that one. Um, Yeah, discussing it. There's not much left on the table. We see a Terrorgeist, we see two little characters, we see a Frostlord and two Mournfang. So it's really a slaughterfest. And there he has removed the middle object. So only the two are left. But I don't think that will be enough. Mm. But we will be seeing what is going on. So turn 5, Ogres are gonna start and we will see what will be going on in this last turn of Game 4 of the Alliance Open Dutch GT for Age of Sigmar. Also forgot that there is still a model left on top at the Mobot. He is just chilling there all game long. We didn't see him make any particular interesting moves, but it is the Slaughter Master standing there. So they're just talking about now what will happen to the game, asking some rules about how or what. Just asking TO question just to be sure. It was about the movement that you need to be outside of 3 inch the whole movement phase. So we'll probably see something happening to those Mournfang. Mm, mm, mm. So he needs to be outside of 3 of this career, standing there tactically to be annoying. So he needs to use a lot of movement. So I think that was really good by blocking that one. But we will see already some hard decisions being made. They have 32 minutes left in this game. It's turn 5 now, so I think they will just being able to finish that one off with easy. So what he is going to do, he is going to use the dice to use that model. Um, just having to have him accept to use the other model as measuring tool, just to be sure it's outside of 3 and they don't have any discussion about the movement of the Frost Lord. The riders are off, so they can just be interacted. But he wants to be sure that he not within range. I think is not going to happen what he wants, but that is also what's happening. So I don't think they will. It's doing what they want for the ogre player. Um, Welcome Nick Stradamus to the stream. This is the last turn of this tournament, but with we still have one game left that will be starting at 2, if I am correct on that one. For the last game of the tourney that will be played on Battle for the Pass. And we'll see probably one of these players who is on the table at the moment in that final game of the day to decide who will win the tourney. It will start at 1 p.m. So the end round will end with 1 p.m. and will start at 2 p.m. So in 1.5 hours we'll start round 5 of the tourney and it will go to 5 o'clock. And then after that we have the award ceremony. Um, Party principal as going white cards. No, um, it's not any white cards. It's Age of Sigmar today. Thanks for compliment, Nicostraдаmus. The tables are supported by the Alliance Armory. So if you want to have uh, the terrain too, or uh, you can buy it there. And the mat is also from one of the sponsors, as you could see. So they're now deciding that the Frost Lord is not going to use any use into the game because there's not an objective. He isn't able to move around those to get to this objective in this turn 5. Um, so that is what decided by the players. He's just looking at those 2 Mournfang and those Terrorgeist. So that is final call made. The Mournfang will score the bottom objective for at least 1 point. And since there are 2 left, um, the Flash Eater player isn't able to get those both objectives. So we'll probably see the Ogre player in the final of the Dutch GT for Age of Sigmar. They just need to calculate the secondaries now to see what the final score is, just to get high on the scenario. So at least he will have 16 points, but they need to look at those secondaries, and we will see the score right on Bun Bun. So that was the game. Um, Game 4. Since I'm now alone, I'm not wearing a face mask because nobody's going near me. Um, I think it was a really great game. It was a really close call again. And we'll be ready with the final. We'll be back in 1.5 hours to see what's going on. And then we will be done for this game. And we know who is the winner. So, hope you enjoy this game. And we will see you for the next one. Hmm, Let me get to this. That was the mission. Let me get to the timetable just to be sure. Getting some music for you guys, and then we'll be off.